The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. I will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during President Trump's inaugural address, he spoke of an aggressive artificial intelligence agenda to keep us, we in America, competitive with the Chinese Communist Party. And just in a few months, President Trump announced a historic $1.4 trillion investment into our economy from the United Arab Emirates. It will support American infrastructure. It will support semiconductors made in America. It will support energy production from America. It will support American manufacturing. Our two nations worked closely together during President Trump's first term to bring peace to the Middle East through the historic Abraham Accords. Now, with President Trump's leadership back in the White House, I am encouraged to see this partnership grow even stronger with this investment. President Trump promised to bring investment back to the United States, and he is already delivering on this promise just 2 months into his term. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as a leading producer of dairy products in the country, Pennsylvania's dairymen know just how important food additives are for the safety of our food supply. However, the FDA's approval process for these additives has resulted in a decades-long approval process that stifles innovation and leaves American farmers falling behind their international competitors. I am proud to join a bipartisan group of members on the innovative FEED Act to streamline this process and cut the approval time down by years. Nutrient supplements keep our food supply safe, our livestock healthy, and allow American farmers to stay competitive on the international market. Agriculture is a critical industry in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I am proud to help lead this fight in Congress to give farmers access to the innovative products that they need to compete. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable life and distinguished legacy of Lloyd Peck, a proud veteran, a beloved community leader, and a true American patriot who passed away on March 17th. Lloyd Peck served as a first lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps during the Korean War. In civilian life, Lloyd filled many various roles as an advocate for veterans. In addition to serving as the commander of the Blair County War Veterans Council, Lieutenant Peck was a founding member of the Blair County Honor Guard, the chief parade marshal for the Memorial Day and the Veterans Day parades in Altoona, and a volunteer at the James E. Van Zant Medical Center, where he worked tirelessly to help local veterans receive their benefits. In the true spirit of Semper Fidelis, Lieutenant Peck continually demonstrated his steadfast loyalty to his fellow veterans and continuously worked to help our nation become that more perfect union. As we remember Lloyd Peck, we also keep in mind his loved wife, Judy, his daughter, Heather, and his sister, Betty. We offer them our condolences and our heartfelt prayers. Please join me and all members of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District in remembering the incredible life and the legacy of Lieutenant Lloyd Peck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the body with regard to Social Security and the lack of congressional action. It might interest people in the audience, Mr. Speaker, to know that it's been over 50 years since Congress has enhanced Social Security on behalf of its recipients. That's why we've introduced legislation specifically to address this issue. Yet, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we see that Mr. Musk has been charged by the President of the United States to cut $2 trillion from the budget. And Mr. Musk has made no bones about the fact that he plans to privatize Social Security, Medicare, amongst others. Social Security, Medicare, and defense, as a number of people in the audience know, makes up more than 70% of the budget. He's been instructed to find $2 trillion. Coincidentally, that's just about how much Trump's tax cut for the wealthiest 1% is, $2 trillion. Where will it come from, Mr. Speaker? Obviously, he has his designs on Social Security, the only one of those entities, defense, Medicare, and Medicaid, that has a trust fund of $2.7 trillion, all of hard-working people's money. It might surprise you, Mr. Speaker, to know that in your district you have over 183,000 Social Security recipients, over 13,000 who are disabled, 7,000 plus children, 8,000 widows, 4,000 spouses. But here's the critical thing, that Republicans should wake up in this time of inflation. Your district, and every district on average, by the way, receives more than $200 million monthly for its Social Security recipients. Your district, Mr. Speaker, receives $354 million. That hasn't been changed since 1971. People in America should be outraged by the fact that Congress has not fulfilled its responsibility to act on behalf of its citizens. Social Security is the #1 insurance program in the country, serving over 70 million people. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security, and Congress continues to ignore them and ignore their needs. Shamefully, more than 5 million of our fellow Americans get below poverty level checks from the wealthiest nation in the world and the most successful insurance program because of congressional inaction. Most of those 5 million are women. And among those, most of them are women of color. People have been taxed on their Social Security when they continue to work after retirement, and that is false as well. We've had a proposal, Mr. Chairman, to correct all of that, to change it, and oh, by the way, pay for it. And how do we do that, Mr. Chairman? Very simple. We lift the cap on people who pay nothing or very little or are through paying the first day and second day of January. Lifting the cap on people, as President Biden proposed, over 400,000, will provide us the benefits and the solvency that Social Security needs. Why is it that hardworking people in this gallery should pay into a system all their lives and get a benefit, and yet billionaires can be excluded and don't have to pay in the same amount, or some totally circumvent the law all together and pay nothing. It's long overdue, Mr. Chairman, don't you agree, for a vote to take place for all the citizens in your district, the more than $300 million that comes in. Imagine what that does to the local economy in your district, how it will help out the local grocery store, the pharmacy, and most importantly, the individual families in that region. Stand up, Mr. Speaker, and Republicans, join us in enhancing Social Security.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair reminds members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today after 5 minutes of fiction to bring a little Iowa reality to Washington, D.C. I rise to celebrate Stephen Buchanan, who secured the 197-pound national wrestling title at the NCAA championships in Philadelphia. His victory was witnessed by President Donald Trump, highlighting the significance of this achievement. Stephen's journey is one of transformation. Transferring to Iowa for his final season, he found not just a team, but a family. Under the guidance of coaches Tom and Terry Brands, Stephen's passion for wrestling was reignited, propelling him to become a 4-time All-American and now a national champion. His triumph not only adds to Iowa's storied wrestling legacy, but also serves as an inspiration to aspiring athletes nationwide. Stephen Buchanan exemplifies the power of dedication, resilience, and a community support system. Congratulations, Stephen, on this well-deserved honor. Your achievement made the Hawkeye Nation proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor 33 outstanding nurses from Iowa's 1st Congressional District who have been named among the 2025 100 Great Iowa Nurses. These dedicated professionals are at the heart and soul of our healthcare system, showing up every day with compassion, strength, and an unwavering commitment to their patients. As a former nurse, I understand the immense challenges they face and the dedication required to provide exceptional care. I'm incredibly proud to see so many of our district recognized for their hard work, sacrifice, and service. To the nurses being honored today, and to all of those across Iowa, thank you for your tireless efforts to make our communities healthier, stronger, and better places for everyone. Your work truly makes a lasting difference. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a great Iowan, Glenn Keppy. A lifelong resident of Eldridge, Glenn dedicated his life to family, farming, and his community. His passion for agriculture was unmatched, whether raising award-winning livestock, advocating for Iowa pork producers, or mentoring the next generation of farmers. Glenn's impact stretched far beyond the fields. He served his neighbors through organizations like the North Scott Rotary, Farm Bureau, and 4-H, always leading with integrity and kindness. And I saw this firsthand at his visitation last Thursday, when there were more people there than I've ever seen at a visitation in my lifetime. His leadership in agriculture took him all the way here to Washington, D.C., where he served as a political appointee in the George W. Bush administration, working on behalf of rural America. Yet, no matter how far his work took him, his heart remained in Iowa, where he welcomed thousands of students to his farm to share his story of agriculture. Glenn's legacy is one of hard work, service, and an unwavering love for his family. To his wife, Jean, and their children and grandchildren, may you find comfort in knowing his spirit lives on in the land he nurtured and in the lives he touched. God bless Glenn Keppy. I'd like to wish a happy birthday to my brother, Fred. Happy birthday, Fred. And I would like to wish my amazing daughter, Taylor, a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Taylor. With that, I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Keaton Beasley of Simmons Bank. Keaton is a graduate of Henderson State University, a member of the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, and a banker in Little Rock. Keaton exemplifies the ethos of a community banker, frequently working with children, adults, and seniors to teach them the importance of financial literacy. His efforts prove it's never too late or too early to learn how to manage your finances. As a former community banker, I admire his efforts to uplift his community and help those around him build a stronger foundation in finance. Keaton, I look forward to seeing your continued impact in Central Arkansas and wish you the best of luck in your bright future in banking. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor John Edward Hayne, Jr., who celebrated his 100th birthday on March 20th. A Little Rock native, John graduated from Catholic High School at age 16 in 1941 and is currently the school's oldest living alumnus. He's a World War II veteran. John was drafted at 18 and served in England, Belgium, Germany, France, and the Netherlands as an Army corporal in the Field Artillery Attachment of the 5th Army Division, the 9th Army Spearhead, the 5th Armored Division, and the 29th Division in Operation Kaput. John married his wife Beverly in 1947. They have 5 daughters, 17 grandchildren, and 19 great-grandchildren. After his service to our nation in World War II, he worked at the Krebs Brothers Supply Company as a traveling salesman and retired as president of Krebs after working there for 50 years. I thank John for his long service to our community, and I congratulate him on reaching this amazing milestone. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Susan Bradshaw and Fawn Borden of Paws for Justice. Paws for Justice is an Arkansas charity that provides courthouse facility dogs to assist witnesses and victims as they go through difficult court proceedings. For children who are recounting heartbreaking, terrible events, these dogs provide comfort and support to make those difficult moments just a little bit better. While these dogs can often cost courthouses around $50,000 each, Paws for Justice provides them free of charge. As a proud owner of my great pup, Taft, I have an incredible appreciation for Paws for Justice efforts and thank them for their hard work in providing comfort for those who need it the most. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Lance Restrom, Director of Community Relations for the Arkansas Travelers baseball team. Lance has been with the championship-winning Travelers since 2006 and is the founder of the Arkansas Travelers Youth Foundation. Since 2021, the foundation has been introducing kids across the natural state to America's pastime. They provide baseball clinics, equipment grants, and scholarships to get kids active and interested in baseball. Lance and the foundation's work serve as an excellent example for those of us who want to make a difference in our communities. I wish Lance and the Arkansas Travelers the best of luck in their new season, and I look forward to my next game at Dickey Stevens Park. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a true icon in Tennessee basketball, Coach Bubba Luckett of Christian Brothers High School in Memphis. For over 40 years, Bubba Luckett has been more than a coach. He's been a mentor, a role model, and a steadfast leader both on and off the court. This will be Bubba Luckett's final year coaching high school basketball. Bubba became the heart and soul of CBHS basketball as a player, shattering records along the way. By the time he graduated in 1979, Bubba Luckett had scored almost 1,700 points, holding the record of all-time leading scorer at CBHS for over 40 years. After high school, Bubba was able to play for an elite college basketball team for 4 years at the University of Memphis, under head coach Dana Kirk and assistant coaches Larry Finch and Lee Fowler. Bubba Luckett's journey came full circle when his own high school coach Charlie Leonard invited him to return to CBHS as an assistant basketball coach in the mid-1980s. Several years later, in 1990, Bubba took over as the head coach. And over the course of 30-plus years as a varsity high school coach, Bubba Luckett has amassed impressive records and stats. Here are just a few. Over 700 career victories, 10 regional titles, 5 state championship appearances, and 2 championship titles. Indeed, Bubba Luckett has dedicated 4 decades of his life shaping young men into champions on the court, in the classroom, and also in life. Mr. Speaker, Reese McMullen is a former standout player at CBHS who is coached by Bubba Luckett. Reese is a true scholar and a gifted athlete, going on to play basketball at the University of Pennsylvania. But more importantly, Reese appreciates the coaching at CBHS that prepared him to play college basketball. Reese told me that Coach Luckett cared so much about all the players that Bubba Luckett emphasized to his young men character, academics, and basketball in that order. Reese told me, and I wrote this down, quote, "Coach cared about my development beyond basketball. He would also post our grades in the locker room to demonstrate the importance of grades. Coach cared about all aspects of our lives and that it is important to lead by example." Mr. Speaker, I also talked with Brother David Poos, the president of CBHS. Brother David told me, integrity is a hallmark of Bubba Luckett. He is a good role model for the players and students. Bubba is a brother's boy through and through. There's no doubt that Coach Luckett's impact at CBHS extends far beyond wins and losses. He has coached almost 50 young men over the years who would go on to play college basketball. And as he steps away from the sidelines, Bubba leaves behind not only a successful program, but a family, a brotherhood, and a tradition that will endure for generations. His lasting impact will be all the young men he nurtured in his program. Now, while he may no longer be drawing plays or calling timeouts, one thing is certain: Bubba Luckett's legacy will always be part of Christian Brothers High School. To Bubba and Amy, Roberta and I wish you and your entire family all the best as you begin this next chapter. Thank you for your years of dedication and for the lives that you have influenced through coaching and teaching. Go Brothers. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Into your hands, O Lord, our faithful God, we commend to you the life of our colleague and friend, Representative Raul Grijalva. In the embrace of your everlasting arms, may he find rest from his labors and reward for his good and faithful service to you, to his family, and to his country. May his unwavering commitment to justice serve as a measure to our own pursuit of righteousness. May his public service of over 40 years serve as an inspiration to our own desire to contribute to the welfare of our communities. Grant Congressman Grijalva's wife, Ramona, his 3 daughters, Adelita, Raquel, Marisa, and their families, the comfort of your spirit in these days of grief. And to all whom he served in Arizona's 7th District, and whom he impacted here in the House, grant the lasting desire to look for opportunities to champion and advocate for a better future, and to mentor those who are now entrusted with the Congressman's legacy. Now in your eternal home, may Representative Grijalva lay down the burdens of this life and rejoice in the hope he strove to give to so many. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Please join me in the pledge to our wonderful flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the beginning of Nowruz, an exuberant occasion for the Persian people across the entire world that marks the beginning of the Persian New Year and spring. During this time, many pause to reflect upon and recognize the blessings of the previous year. Many also take this time to look forward to the coming spring with optimism and gratitude. Persian culture and the contributions made to broader civil society through it deserve to be celebrated by all. To members of the Persian community, both within the United States and across the world, I wish you a joyous and memorable holiday. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the remarkable service members of Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in Goldsboro, North Carolina. During a recent base visit, I toured the Child Development Center, the Fitness Center, and the dorms. Quality of life remains essential to readiness alongside the CADM upgrades. Aircraft maintenance also remains vital, as well as addressing the challenges with delivering parts and the supply chain. Seymour Johnson Air Force Base plays a huge role in Eastern North Carolina's economy and our national defense. As an Air Force veteran, I'm so proud to represent Seymour Johnson in Wayne County. I will not stop advocating for the base, our war fighters in Eastern North Carolina. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Water is a human right. We can't live without it. But far too often, our government treats it as just another product to be sold. In Michigan, the Great Lakes Water Authority voted to increase water rates by 5.9% and sewage rates by 4.5%. They approved these unaffordable increases despite unanimous and passionate public opposition, Mr. Speaker. I want folks to imagine how it feels for many of our residents in Detroit who had been living out of hotels for weeks because of a massive water main break flooded in their neighborhood of their home and even their vehicles. And now they're going to have to be paying more for their water. The Trump administration is already slashing every critical support program that the most vulnerable in our communities, especially our seniors, rely on to pay their bills. This will mean more water shutoffs. It will mean more stories of families melting snow and harvesting rainwater to shower and cook with. Our policy has to meet our principles. Water must be a human right in the United States of America. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Hi, I seek unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the contributions of the Iranian American community and all those who celebrate Nowruz, the Persian New Year. Alongside Congresswoman Lofgren, I'm proud to introduce two pieces of legislation today, one which designates March as Iranian American Heritage Month, and the other to provide congressional recognition of Nowruz. At the same time, I want to recognize the fear and the pain in many communities about the Trump administration's war on immigrants and refugees. I was proud to lead a letter of over 30 Democrats to the president urging him to reconsider an immoral and harmful potential travel ban. Each year, millions of people around the world join together in celebration of the Persian New Year. The roots lie in ancient secular Persian traditions and an annual celebration of rebirth, renewal, and community. I am proud to host perhaps the first half-scene table in the halls of Congress outside of my office, and I thank the many individuals who helped put it together, especially Mitra Bahramani and Parisa Bahaduran of Designs by Mitra. This is such a meaningful time for me as the daughter of Iranian immigrants, and I'm honored to be celebrating our community in this special way. Thank you. I yield back.
Ready to go. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 359.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 359, a bill to amend the Energy Policy Act of 2005 to require reporting relating to certain cost-share requirements and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 359, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sorry to be a couple of minutes late. H.R. 359, the Cost Share Accountability Act of 2025, is a good government bill that does exactly what it says. It improves accountability. Led by Mr. Obernolte, this bill requires the Department of Energy, DOE, to submit a quarterly report to Congress describing instances where it has modified or waived cost share requirements and make these reports publicly available. DOE is subject to cost share requirements when making awards for research, development, demonstration, and commercial application activities. This means that each project must have a certain funding percentage, usually at least 50%, contributed by the award recipient. However, DOE can modify or eliminate those requirements when necessary, which is an authority that can be critical to supporting early-stage technologies. H.R. 359 does not prevent DOE from waiving cost share requirements. It simply ensures that any changes are reported to Congress and are made public. Transparency and accountability are important because they allow us to track how taxpayer dollars are spent once appropriated to DOE. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I join the chairman of the committee to rise in support of the Cost Share Accountability Act of 2025. I want to thank the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, for reintroducing this bipartisan common sense bill. The Department of Energy spends billions of dollars every year supporting research, development, demonstration, and commercialization activities. Per the Energy Policy Act of 2005, the Department of Energy requires not less than 20% for research and development and not less than 50% for demonstration or commercial application activities to be provided from a non-federal source so that all stakeholders have some skin in the game, and to control costs for taxpayers. To ensure that the cost match requirement is not a barrier to entry, the Secretary of Energy has the discretion to reduce or eliminate this cost share requirement if the Secretary determines that it is necessary or appropriate to do so. While it is important that the Secretary has this flexibility, current law contains no permanent requirement for the Department of Energy to notify Congress of the use of this flexible authority to reduce or eliminate such requirements. Thus, H.R. 359, the Cost Share Accountability Act of 2025, will direct the Department of Energy to provide quarterly reporting requirements to Congress on the use of the Secretary of Energy's cost share waiver authority. This bill would ensure that Congress is able to perform its oversight responsibilities and help inform future potential legislation to modify the cost share requirements. So again, let's thank our colleagues from both sides of the aisle for introducing and reintroducing this bipartisan bill. And I want to urge everyone to vote yes on H.R. 359. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, to speak on his bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to rise in support of my bill, H.R. 359, the Cost Share Accountability Act. And I'd like to thank my colleague and my friend from Illinois, Congressman Bill Foster, for leading this bipartisan piece of legislation with me. Mr. Speaker, cutting-edge research and development in energy technology is often catalyzed through grants awarded by the Department of Energy. Normally, those grants come with a cost-sharing requirement, usually of around 50%. That's important because it makes sure that the entity that the grant is awarded to has some skin in the game. And it also ensures that taxpayers get the best value for their dollar when that grant is performed. However, the Department of Energy has the ability under federal law to waive or reduce that grant amount. However, it has become clear in recent years that it's not transparent when the DOE uses that authority, and it's hampering our ability as members of Congress to provide the oversight necessary into the activities of the DOE. This bill will impose a quarterly reporting requirement on the Department of Energy, during which they must report to Congress and the public occasions under which in the last 90 days they've utilized the ability to reduce or eliminate the cost share requirement. This will provide us in Congress the information that we need to do our job of oversight, and it will also make sure that the ability to reduce or eliminate the cost sharing is used appropriately and in appropriate circumstances. Mr. Speaker, this is transparent, bipartisan, good government legislation, and I would like to urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. I'm from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, it is a thing of beauty to watch Mr. Obernolte and Mr. Foster legislate together. I've seen it for a number of years on the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and it is one of the reasons why I'm so excited for H.R. 359 and to see its passage here in the House of Representatives. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close, and I'll continue to yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, I want to thank my colleagues for introducing this bill and for their work, and we are going to urge a very strong yes vote on H.R. 359, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill passed the House with unanimous support in the 118th Congress and is a prime example of the bipartisan backing for Congress's role in the overseeing transparent and efficient spending by federal agencies. I want to thank Representative Obernolte for leading this legislation again in the 119th Congress and Representative Foster for co-sponsoring it. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 359? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 730 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 730, a bill to coordinate federal research and development efforts focused on modernizing mathematics and STEM education through mathematical and statistical modeling, including data-driven and computational thinking, problem, project, and performance-based learning and assessment, interdisciplinary exploration, and career connections, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 730, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to support H.R. 730, the Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Education Act, sponsored by my colleagues, Representatives Houlihan and Baird. The importance of STEM education to our economy cannot be overstated. The National Science Board's 2024 Science and Engineering Indicators Report estimates that our country's STEM workforce constitutes 24% of all U.S. jobs. Further still, the Bureau of Labor Statistics predicts that the need for STEM jobs will increase by another 11% by 2032. America's education sector must ensure that we meet this growing demand head-on. Many STEM jobs require data comprehension to inform decision-making, but we are currently not providing a strong foundation for that skill in our schools. H.R. 730 would modernize our mathematics curriculum by providing competitive, merit-based grants to support mathematical and statistical modeling education. Having served on the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee since joining Congress, and now as the sitting chairman, I understand the importance of mathematical and statistical analyses. I've had a front row seat to the extraordinary accomplishments of our domestic STEM talent across many industries and professions. One thing they all share is a solid foundation and understanding of mathematics and modeling. These skills are crucial to a wide variety of occupations, informing computational and data-driven thinking that supports the growth of a versatile STEM workforce. Statistical analysis underpins everything from the development of artificial intelligence to improving advanced manufacturing. This bill will allow us to teach these skills more effectively through R&D in new curricula and methodologies. H.R. 730 also directs the national academies to conduct a study identifying best practices for mathematical and statistical modeling education. I want to thank Representatives Houlihan and Baird for their work on this logical legislation that supports our students and our economy. This bill passed the House in the 117th and in the 118th Congresses, and I urge my colleagues to pass it again today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a real honor and a delight to be speaking on behalf of and in support of the Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Act, otherwise known as H.R. 730. We here in the House Gallery Chamber have an audience of about 75 people. And it's really quite amazing to have the outside public in the House of Representatives today watching this debate, because if you're interested in government, maybe sometimes you're attuned to what's going on the social media or the cable news. And sometimes that really misses the mark of what we're doing here in the nation's capital. Bipartisan legislation committed to moving this nation forward. And I don't say that lightly, but to look at Representative Houlihan and Representative Baird, two members of the class of 2018, they're both in their fourth term. I've passed legislation with both of them. Now they've joined together to pass this H.R. 7030, a STEM bill. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. You don't have STEM without mathematics. And to say that we are going to call on the National Science Foundation to support mathematical and statistical modeling education starting in elementary school and secondary schools. These activities are going to include providing grants to academic institutions and nonprofit organizations that improve data science skills, enhance computational thinking, and enable access to professional development opportunities. My friends, this is how we compete and win on the world stage. And it's so very important, as somebody myself who worked in a manufacturing research lab, and I, have brought in expert witnesses onto the science committee that, yes, our great chair has been a part of for his whole tenure in the Congress. And we've heard this from the researchers. I've heard this since before I came into Congress, that we need this skill set. And what we want to say to the young people, we have young people observing the floor right now. And I don't know the full curriculum that they're in and whatnot. I imagine there's an interest in government. But STEM is also of note. And when we were doing STEM education in the lab I was in, we had a great researcher. I mean, this man had a great engineering degree, and we'd do the STEM education, and he would tell the students that he didn't always pass his math classes the first round, but he had the surrounding cushion to help him go back for a second round. And that's what it's all about in America. If you want to be an engineer, or if you want to contribute to our advanced manufacturing economy, we want your talent. And so with the Baird-Houlihan bill, what we're going to be doing is seeing NSF do what it's already doing, but double down for a continuum educational experience at the NSF so that students can thrive. Because what we don't want is a bunch of one-offs, and all of a sudden you're graduating high school and you maybe had some exposure to these computational skills. We're competing across the world with talent. Our schools need to have the best ability to thrive. So we want to urge everybody in this data-driven, AI, exciting world that the United States is leading, we want to encourage our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to say, yes, we want this bill, H.R. 7030, to move forward. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair reminds members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery.
Oh.
Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves from Michigan is recognized.
And with that, I am going to yield Ms. Houlihan 3 minutes for remarks.
Is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative the Honorable Haley Stevens, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of this really important legislation. Imagine, if you will, the ability to model a manufacturing process to design a basketball shoe, or maybe modeling the opportunity to cure a disease, or maybe modeling business behavior, market behavior, or perhaps modeling a system to be able to equitably give organs or donate organs to people, or molecules to cure a disease, or modeling energy sources so that we can have a more a safe and healthy planet, or maybe even unfortunately having to model the destruction of our infrastructure so that we can make sure that we have the national security resources to be able to protect our fine nation. H.R. 730, the Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Act, is designed to address all of these different issues in our society. But I come to the floor with really bad news, as though we needed more. America's K-12 students are falling further and further behind, particularly behind China's students academically. And this lag is particularly concerning when we talk about the STEM fields, because our industrial base continues to tell us that we are not educating and preparing the designers and engineers and modelers of the future in order to be able to compete with these, our adversaries. The National Assessment on Education Progress, which is colloquially known as the nation's report card, has shown us that this knowledge and talent shortage is a nationwide challenge. In 2022, the assessment registered the largest decline in mathematics scores since we first started assessing in 1990. The scores of the average fourth grader were down 5 points. Worse, the average eighth grader recorded a score of 8 points lower than the previous assessment. The 2024 survey was even more concerning because it showed an overall growth of 0 from 2022 and even declines amongst some students as well. With all of the chaos that's unfolding in other parts of our government, particularly in the education sector, now is the time to invest in math and STEM education. The Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Education Act is just one answer to this challenge. It is a bipartisan bill, and it does direct $10 million of already appropriated money to the National Science Foundation for a grant program that will support the modernization of mathematical and statistical modeling for education across this nation. As a former educator myself and an engineer by education and profession, I know personally that there is a very serious need to improve mathematics education for our K-12 students. Indeed, when I taught chemistry, I saw firsthand how my students struggled because they lacked the basic foundations in math that are necessary for the sciences. And today, I hear from our generals and our CEOs, both about what these gaps mean for our country. It doesn't just hurt our economy, it hurts our national security as well. Math skills form the basis for all of the STEM disciplines, and importantly, they also form the basis just for critical thinking and problem solving in general. If our students can't get ahead in school, how will they get ahead in the STEM workforce as engineers?
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield Ms. Houlihan an additional minute.
Thank you.
Computer
scientists, chemists, nurses, doctors, and much more. And importantly, how will those who may decide to pursue STEM fields succeed where these same skills are useful among the trades or manufacturing? But thankfully, schools across the country are developing new schools and new tools and new curricula with students to help them learn these challenging topics. I want to repeat again that this is without any additional cost. This is with funds already appropriated. I want to repeat again that this is a bipartisan piece of legislation that will provide our young people with the skills they need to succeed in our marketplace. It passed in the 118th Congress, unanimously out of the Committee in Science and Space and Technology as well, when it was last marked up. I hope that my colleagues will support this unanimously and make this bill finally a law. Lastly, I do want to thank my Republican colleague and fellow veteran, Mr. Baird, for his hard work on this legislation, and my extended appreciation to the staff of the SST Committee, Representative Stevens and Representative Babbins as well, who have helped shepherd this legislation through today. I urge my colleagues on both sides to support this common sense bipartisan measure to strengthen our national security and our economy, and thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Great. Thank you so much to our wonderful sponsors of this bill. It is really quite exciting. We continue to move towards urging colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 730, the Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Education Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As teachers prepare the next generation of American STEM workers, we must invest in the best curricula and teaching methods. H.R. 730 will improve mathematical and statistical modeling education in the United States, ensuring American businesses have qualified workers with the necessary skills to drive innovation in STEM fields, including artificial intelligence and advanced manufacturing. This is good policy, which is why this same bill passed the House in the 117th and the 118th Congress. I urge my colleagues to support it once again, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 730? Those in favor, as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1318.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1318, a bill to amend the Research and Development, Competition, and Innovation Act to clarify the definition of foreign country for purposes of malign foreign talent recruitment restriction and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material in H.R. 1318, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand in support of H.R. 1318, the United States Research Protection Act, sponsored by my colleagues, Representatives Kennedy and Stevens. This legislation passed the House in the 118th Congress, and I'm pleased that we're taking it up again today. America's leadership in science and technology is built on the foundation of federal investments and basic research. These investments enhance our national security, strengthen our economy, and improve the lives of our citizens. Our unique research ecosystem, which combines federal, academic, and private R&D efforts, drives America's advancement in science and technology. However, for this system to work, we need a degree of open science that facilitates collaboration and transparency. The challenge is ensuring this openness does not compromise our research security. And while the U.S. has significantly profited from this system, other countries, friends, and foes also benefit from U.S. investments. The theft of our basic research poses a significant risk to our global competitiveness. It takes our cutting-edge innovations and it puts them to work for our adversaries, undermining our economy and hindering our ability to stay at the forefront of discovery. A 2023 survey by the Center for Strategic and International Studies found 224 reported instances of Chinese espionage directed at the United States since 2000. After conducting oversight of recently enacted research security requirements, the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee was informed that complicated and confusing language in the CHIPS and Science Act was preventing the academic community from fully securing taxpayer-funded research. H.R. 1318 will update and clarify the definition of a malign foreign talent recruitment program to assist universities and agencies in protecting our national investments. This bill is a simple, bipartisan solution to protect our tax dollars and the research that they fund from foreign espionage. I want to thank Representatives Kennedy and Ms. Stevens for their work on this critical legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1318 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1318, alongside Congressman Kennedy of Utah, the United States Research Protection Act. I certainly want to thank Mr. Kennedy for his bipartisan leadership on this exciting and important topic, and frankly, an essential topic. Look, in the 117th session of Congress, we got a CHIPS and Science Act done. It included a lot of provisions focused on improving research security. This landmark law also included a prohibition on federal researchers' participation in foreign talent recruitment programs sponsored by adversaries of the United States seeking to undermine our nation's competitiveness. This is a serious and very real topic. And so by installing safeguards and creating informed practices for our agencies, institutions, and researchers to implement, the CHIPS and Science Act is continuing the innovation ecosystem necessary to win into the mid-21st century. And so from my vantage point I serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee and the Select Committee on United States competition with the Chinese Communist Party, I certainly understand the risks. Many of us who are delving into these topics have really glommed on to the risk posed to our research enterprise from adversaries like China and Russia. And the committees that are, enabling us to operate in a bipartisan way have also explored the methods used to circumvent these safeguards that our country has put into place, including going through third-party countries. And so this is why we want to ensure our research institutions, have the best interests in mind, best talent going to them, American talent, doing very innovative things, but they need to have the necessary clarity to faithfully implement research security measures that the CHIPS and Science Act put into place to protect our national research assets. So H.R. 1318 clarifies, it's always nice to clarify in legislation, the definition of malign foreign talent recruitment program so that our beloved universities and research institutions can readily ensure that their faculty members are not affiliated with malign foreign talent. And the National Science Foundation affirmed that our amendment, this adjustment, would improve their ability to ensure institutional compliance, because people want to follow the law. They need the guardrails and they need the clarity of the law. So even minor differences in definitions can have large consequences and can make implementation difficult. And so we have the chance, and we're eager to do this here, to make this one right and to strengthen the United States and to strengthen our research enterprise. And so we've got a good example in this bill of how to address gaps in policy and improve the efficiency of our agencies. And in this case, our academic stakeholders, they're the ones who came to us and they said, we have a problem, and with the definition in a law that we wrote. And so in a bipartisan and an informed process, we worked with these stakeholders, we worked through the committee and the agency, certainly the NSF, to fix this issue. And this is how improving efficiency and accountability at our agencies should be handled, with stakeholder consultation and congressional action. So this bipartisan bill passed the Congress in the 118th. The Senate didn't act, but we're going to encourage them in the 119th to act when we urge all of our colleagues in the House chamber to support this bill once again. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman for Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the good doctor from Utah, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the passage of my legislation, the United States Research Protection Act. H.R. 1318 is a critical piece of legislation that seeks to protect the future of our nation's scientific and technological advancement. The stakes could not be higher in this era of rapid global innovation and increasingly complex geopolitical dynamics. I thank Chairman Babin for working with me to bring this important bipartisan legislation to the floor quickly. I also want to thank my colleague from Michigan, Congresswoman Stevens, for co-leading this bill with me. I'm proud that my very first bill to pass the House will protect crucial research done here in the United States from adversarial foreign actors seeking to exploit our research, talent, and resources for their own gain. Everyone in this chamber knows the growing threat from the Chinese Communist Party. This adversary has made no secret of its intentions to surpass the United States in key technological areas, from artificial intelligence to quantum computing to biotechnology. In 2022, Congress passed the Research and Development Competition and Innovation Act as part of the CHIPS and Science Act. That bill prohibited researchers who receive federal funds from participating in malign foreign talent recruitment programs in which foreign countries incentivize or compensate researchers for activities that present a conflict of interest for the researchers or that are otherwise unauthorized. The Science, Space, and Technology Committee has been conducting vigorous oversight of the implementation of the CHIPS Act and has found that complicated and confusing language in the bill was impeding the ability of American researchers and their institutions to protect taxpayer-funded research. This ambiguity could also allow for loopholes, allowing malign foreign talent recruitment programs in our universities and other research labs to recruit researchers or access sensitive data, effectively funding breakthrough research for the Chinese Communist Party with American taxpayers' dollars. China's government has embarked on an aggressive strategy to acquire critical American research and intellectual property. We've seen a troubling pattern of intellectual property theft, economic espionage, and illicit influence over academic institutions. These efforts aren't just limited to the economic realm, they are a matter of national security. The United States Research Protection Act updates and clarifies the definition of malign foreign talent recruitment programs to protect our national investments. If we do not act now, we risk losing the technological edge that has kept our country secure, prosperous, and at the forefront of global innovation. We have a responsibility to protect American research, safeguard our intellectual property, and ensure that the innovations of today will remain in the hands of those who work to benefit our nation, not those who seek to undermine it. By passing this bipartisan bill, H.R. 1318, we are making a strong commitment to future generations of Americans. We are telling them we will not stand idly by as American innovations are put at risk. We are telling the world that the United States will continue to lead in the global technological race, and we will do so on our terms. I thank Chairman Babin for his leadership on this issue. He is a thoughtful and dedicated patriot who is making certain that our grandchildren are better off as a result of our efforts today. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests at this time and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again to my colleague, Mr. Kennedy. Those were very affirming and wonderful remarks on the importance of this legislation. I think from what everyone can hear today that we have bipartisan technical improvement legislation that will only strengthen our nation and our research enterprise. So we want to urge everyone to vote yes on H.R. 1318. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government needs clear and explicit guidance for our agencies and federally funded researchers. And while this body has passed multiple bills to protect American research, unintentional ambiguity has created confusion within the academic research community. H.R. 1318 will eliminate confusion around the implementation of research security requirements and increased protections of our R&D enterprise. I would urge my colleagues to support this simple, non-controversial, bipartisan legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1318? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1325.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1325, a bill to provide for transparent licensing of commercial remote sensing systems and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material in H.R. 1325, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1325, the Commercial Remote Sensing Amendment Act of 2025. This bill updates reporting requirements for NOAA's Office of Commercial Remote Sensing Regulatory Affairs, giving Congress the ability to monitor how regulations are affecting the expansion and development of the commercial remote sensing industry. Remote sensing uses data collected from satellites to produce images of Earth and has become a crucial tool in fields like agriculture, finance, trade, energy, and national security. Commercial remote sensing also provides us with vital information for many important applications. The technology behind it is constantly evolving, and the industry is seeing tremendous growth. To effectively support and manage remote sensing activities, it's imperative that Congress receives timely and comprehensive reports in order to evaluate the state of the industry and how regulations are affecting this growth. The Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act of 2015 established a reporting requirement for the Department of Commerce on the status of the commercial remote sensing licensing and regulation. That requirement expired in 2020. H.R. 1325 will reinstate this reporting requirement and keep Congress informed of agency actions, their impact on licensees, and the state of the commercial remote sensing industry. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1325 is a no-nonsense bipartisan bill that will ensure the U.S. remains at the helm of this important field. I want to thank the former chairman of Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Mr. Lucas, for introducing this bill and his leadership on this important topic. This bill passed the House by voice vote in the last 2 Congresses, and I look forward to working with the Senate to see it finally across the finish line. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I join my colleague and chair, Mr. Babin, to rise in support of the Commercial Remote Sensing Amendment Act of 2025, H.R. 1325. And we are very pleased to see this legislation being reintroduced this Congress. And certainly it is coming from the leadership of our former chair of the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, Mr. Frank Lucas, and our ranking member, Ms. Zoe Lofgren, another bipartisan bill. Commercial remote sensing is a vibrant and growing industry. Data and imagery from commercial remote sensing satellites are used widely in energy, agriculture, disaster monitoring, mapping, and national security applications such as maritime surveillance. Commercial space-based images provide vital scientific information on the health of our Great Lakes, informing policy in my beloved home state of Michigan and across the basin. These images also provide visibility and insight into life-threatening events, such as the before and after observations of the devastating Palisades and Eaton wildfires in Southern California. In 1992, Congress, led by the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, authorized the Secretary of Commerce to license and regulate private sector parties to operate commercial remote sensing space systems. Since that time, the commercial remote sensing industry has changed quite dramatically. And today, companies from across the world are launching commercial remote sensing systems and selling the data. We must ensure that the United States remains at the forefront of this industry, especially as the Chinese Communist Party is advancing in the remote sensing sector. So, a 2004 report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies plainly put it, quote, should any one country dominate the commercial remote sensing market, not only could it gain economic advantages, but it would also control the information narrative about the entire planet, from the environment to natural resources to human conflict. So this bill provides Congress the transparency and insight we need to oversee the licensing and regulation of private remote sensing systems, and it modifies the timeline for completing licenses to conform with updated regulations. It also requires information to provide Congress with details on licensing related to regulatory changes. Further, it extends the requirement for an annual report on commercial remote sensing licenses through 2030. So I am very enthusiastic about this important bipartisan commercial space legislation. It is always a good day in the chamber when Chair Babin is talking about commercial space legislation, and it is always a good day when we are doing things bipartisan on behalf of American competitiveness. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1325, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman, our former chairman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Babin. I can't, and I have to acknowledge this, I can't think of a better set of hands to have the chairmanship of this critically important committee, Science, Space, and Technology, and you and Ranking Member Lofgren and my good friend from Michigan over there. The committee you preside over represents the future of this great country. And I always tell people the Science Committee is not just about yesterday or tomorrow. It's 5 years, it's 50 years, it's 250 years into the future. And that's just an amazing thing. But today, I rise in support of H.R. 1325, the Commercial Remote Sensing Act. I've introduced this bipartisan legislation in the past two Congresses, and on both occasions the measures passed the House by voice vote. I reintroduced the bill this Congress along with my colleague and friend, the ranking member of the Science Committee, Ms. Lofgren. It updates the reporting requirements for NOAA's Office of Commercial Remote Sensing Regulatory Affairs so that Congress can monitor how regulations are impacting the growth and improvement of the commercial remote sensing industry. Congress first authorized the licensing and regulation of commercial remote sensing space systems in 1992. Since then, the industry has become a crucial resource in a number of industries, including agriculture, finance, trade, energy. Remote sensing uses data collected from satellites to produce images of Earth. This imagery and data has a number of important applications. It can allow farmers to improve the crop production by more efficiently applying water and fertilizer. It can inform the future commodity prices by actively monitoring weather and crop health. It can also improve our ability to prepare for and respond to natural disasters by instructing floodplain mapping, tornado tracking, and drought monitoring, topics that are all front of mind for all Americans, but especially those in my home state of Oklahoma. Commercial remote sensing can also be helpful in humanitarian relief efforts and monitoring treaty compliance, among other national security and foreign affairs applications. This technology provides us critical information for a number of fields. As the industry is constantly evolving and growing, we must make sure that Congress is receiving timely and comprehensive reports to accurately evaluate how regulations are affecting the state of the industry. The Commercial Space Launch Competitive Act of 2015 established a reporting requirement from the Department of Commerce on the status of commercial remote sensing, licensing, and regulation. That requirement expired in 2020. H.R. 1325 will reinstate the reporting requirement and keep Congress informed of agency actions, their impact on licensees, and the state of commercial remote sensing industry. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1325 is a simple, bipartisan bill that will help ensure that the United States remains the global leader in commercial remote sensing industry. I want to thank the ranking member, Lofgren, for joining me in advancing this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for this time to speak on this bill, and I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a good thing when we have a Lucas bill, and particularly when it's a bipartisan bill, and usually it is. And you just heard his remarks in this debate. They've really nailed this one. H.R. 1325 remains an important and necessary piece of legislation that I am proud to support and urge my colleagues to vote yes on. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said previously, commercial remote sensing provides us with critical information related to a number of fields important to the U.S. competitiveness. H.R. 1325 will ensure that Congress receives the updates necessary to monitor industry regulations. By updating these reporting requirements, we will ensure the U.S. remains the global leader in this crucial sector. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1325? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1326.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1326, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and Department of Agriculture joint research and development activities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1326, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1326, the DOE and USDA Interagency Research Act, is a perfect example of government of efficiency. This bill directs the Department of Energy and the Department of Agriculture to share their resources to share their resources and knowledge to achieve common mission priorities. DOE and USDA already have a successful track record of collaboration in topics such as the energy-water nexus, invasive species control, wildfire risk mitigation, and biofuels. Through the expanded interagency agreement authorized in this bill, DOE and USDA can tackle additional complex research challenges, such as genomics-based research and rural energy development and grid modernization. These joint efforts advance clean energy and agricultural technologies and promote rural economic growth. As global competition intensifies and our adversaries seek to gain an advantage by feeding and clothing the rest of the world, it is vital that we strengthen and preserve this interagency collaboration to keep pace through innovation. This bill will do exactly that. We have two world-class agencies, DOE and USDA, conducting research, so it only makes sense that we ensure they are both at the table to coordinate on a wide range of topics. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume here.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising in support of the DOE and USDA Interagency Research Act, H.R. 1326. Thank you to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, again, our former committee chair, for reintroducing this legislation alongside the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, our ranking member of the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. The Department of Energy and the United States Department of Agriculture have a long established history of partnering to address multidisciplinary research areas like biomass energy development, sustainable aviation fuels, and various methods for improving clean energy development and deploying that development in rural America. So H.R. 1326 is going to codify and strengthen these cross-cutting and collaborative research and development activities between these two departments, the Department of Energy and the Department of Agriculture. This bill positions these agencies to overcome future international competition challenges while accelerating the production of biofuels, renewable chemical feedstocks, and conversion systems that can support clean energy technologies and, of course, rural economic growth. I join in encouraging colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, our former chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of H.R. 1326, the DOE and USDA Interagency Research Act. This bill allows the Department of Energy and the Department of Agriculture to work together to improve how we grow our food, fiber, and fuel in America. I introduced this bill in the last Congress with the help of the ranking member of the Science Committee, Ms. Lofgren. The measure passed with unanimous support through the committee and by voice vote on the House floor. As a farmer and rancher myself, I'm proud to sponsor this bill, which will help us address cross-cutting research challenges that will advance crop science, maximize carbon storage, enhance precision agricultural technologies, and much more. DOE and USDA already have a successful track record of collaboration to mitigate invasive species, to modernize the grid, address energy-water nexus, develop biofuels, and improve agricultural operations. DOE has some of our country's most advanced computing capacity, as well as world-class research facilities and a depth of scientific expertise. These resources can be used to support the work being done by America's farmers and ranchers, ultimately strengthening our agricultural production. This bill before us today is a smart, bipartisan legislation that codifies the partnership between DOE and USDA, ensuring that they can continue to work together on these inter-industry challenges. I want to thank Mrs. Lofgren for working with me on this the past two Congresses and on this bill. And I deeply appreciate her support of agricultural research. And it's always a pleasure to be on the floor with Ms. Stevens from Michigan. I urge all my colleagues to join us in supporting this bill, and I yield back. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also have no further requests to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close and yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Let's make this a reality with H.R. 1326. We want to urge a yes vote, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill passed the House with unanimous support last Congress. That's because smart, bipartisan legislation rarely faces opposition. I want to thank former Science, Space, and Technology Committee Chairman Mr. Lucas and Ranking Member Lofgren for once again leading this effort. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1326? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1350.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1350, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and National Science Foundation research and development coordination and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1350, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1350, the DOE and NSF Interagency Research Act, which passed the House in the 118th Congress. This bill supports the longstanding partnership between the Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation, allowing these agencies to work on cutting-edge research and technological challenges. As this body is aware, our adversaries, like the Chinese Communist Party, are quickly closing the gap on innovative technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum information scientists, and advanced manufacturing. The CCP's efforts to outspend, out-educate, and outpace the United States in these critical areas are increasingly concerning and something that we cannot ignore. This legislation will bolster U.S. leadership on the global stage in emerging technologies, ensuring that our competitors do not eclipse us. Additionally, by authorizing this interagency collaboration, we maximize our investments to maintain our competitive edge. DOE is our nation's largest supporter of basic research in physical sciences, while NSF is the backbone of collaborative research environment between government and academia. Together, these agencies can fuel innovation across multiple disciplines, including physics, quantum information sciences, artificial intelligence, and materials science. This bill enhances the capabilities of DOE and NSF, leveraging their research and development investments to maximize the impact of taxpayer dollars. By authorizing collaboration between DOE and NSF, we maximize our return on investment and ensure that we remain at the forefront of technological progress. I want to thank committee members Representatives Stevens and Baird for reintroducing this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully, our friends and colleagues in the other chamber are listening, because here again, we are moving to pass an incredible piece of legislation, H.R. 1350, the DOE and NSF Interagency Research Act, that yes, I myself and Dr. Jim Baird have introduced yet again to see hopefully passed in the House, and eagerly awaiting the Senate to take it up. Simply put, H.R. 1350 authorizes collaborative research between the Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation in areas that are essential to our national competitiveness. This legislation will build on the long-standing partnership between the Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation to leverage the unique investments and expertise in a wide range of fields, including quantum science, artificial intelligence, fusion energy, and of course, advanced manufacturing. Alongside these research partnerships, this legislation also authorizes collaborative initiatives in education, training, and development to build a stronger workforce in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematic fields. Lastly, this legislation promotes secure data and information transfer capabilities between these agencies. So we are not working in silos, but so we are working together safely and securely to develop a shared, agile data ecosystem. In August 2024, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute updated its data set, exposing a dramatic shift in U.S. technology leadership. Once dominant in 60 of the 64 critical technologies, the U.S., according to this Policy Institute, now leads in just 7, while China has surged from 3 to 57 since the start of the century. And this is not to put a wet blanket on our incredible country and our innovation capabilities. We want to be measuring, we want to be coordinating, and we want to be strategic, and we want to be effective stewards of any taxpayer dollars, which is why this bill is not appropriating any such thing. We are in a wake-up call moment, all right? But this isn't over. And so to reclaim our edge, we have to empower our top science agencies to unite, to collaborate, and to drive the innovation necessary to lead before any of our competitors seek to leave us behind. So we have this bill. As the chair said, this has passed the House. Our colleagues in the Senate just need to do their job. This collaboration between the NSF and the DOE, it's not new. And in fact, they have an extensive history of joint activities. such as support for the development of the Vera Rubin Observatory, a world-class tool for scientific discovery and astronomy located in Chile. We're proud of that partnership. In a testament to the power of these collaborations, this observatory just reached a major milestone with the installation of the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, the LSST, the largest digital camera ever built. So this facility will soon be ready to scan the sky for the next 10 years, creating an ultra high definition time-lapse record of our universe. The DOE and NSF Interagency Research Act strengthens the legislative foundation of our beloved CHIPS and Science Act, a landmark bill that enables both agencies to foster a more collaborative research environment to maximize their collective impacts for our nation. So for all these reasons, and drum roll please, this bipartisan legislation falls upon us, and all of the colleagues are encouraged to support it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to my dear, dear friend, one of my favorite colleagues, if that's okay and germane to say, my colleague, Dr. Jim Baird. We're both Midwesterners. He's an incredibly accomplished academic, veteran, businessman from an important part of our nation, and I have had the sincere privilege of collaborating on legislation with him since we were first sworn into Congress. And now here we are again, partnering on H.R. 1350, and we urge our colleagues to vote in support of this bill, as we've done in other sessions, so we can implore the Senate to do their part. We're doing it early in the 119th session. We'll pass it through the House, hopefully see this become law. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1350, the DOE and NSF Interagency Research Act, will support U.S. competitiveness in emerging technologies and key economic sectors while leveraging taxpayer dollars, enabling more to be accomplished with fewer resources. I appreciate the good work of my colleagues, Representatives Stevens and Baird, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1350? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1368.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1368, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and National Aeronautics and Space Administration research and development coordination and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1368, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1368, the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Coordination Act. The Department of Energy and NASA have an extensive history of collaboration, which has enhanced both our understanding of the universe and our ability to explore well beyond our planet. The Voyager spacecrafts, which were launched more than 40 years ago and are now flying far beyond our own solar system and interstellar space, continue to operate with DOE's groundbreaking propulsion systems. This DOE-NASA partnership has driven and will continue to drive advancements in high-performance computing, keeping us at the forefront of research and development. Additionally, their collaborative work on nuclear energy is vital to establishing a long-term human presence on the moon and next-generation in-space propulsion. However, these joint technological breakthroughs not only aid our space endeavors, they also can be utilized here on Earth to increase global energy production from reliable energy resources. Furthermore, this partnership will help to propel satellite development, space situational awareness, and even planetary defense from near-Earth objects. In short, this bill enables two of our chief scientific agencies to do better work by tackling some of our most challenging scientific problems together. I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Begich, for introducing this legislation, and Representative Whitesides for co-sponsoring it. This bipartisan bill earned unanimous support in the Science, Space, and Technology Committee and passed in the House last Congress. I urge my colleagues to once again support it on the floor today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Coordination Act, H.R. 1368. The gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Begich, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Whitesides, the vice-ranking member of the committee, they introduced this bill, and it's another great bipartisan bill. The members of Congress from the western part of this nation who fully understand and appreciate what it means to have coordinated interagency activities on behalf of our competitive abilities and enhancing this type of collaboration between the Department of Energy and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration will have a multiplier effect on the creative, innovative, and inspiring work of these two agencies. And it is an important tool in furthering agency missions and the nation's goals in science and in exploration. The Department of Energy and NASA's partnership is already demonstrating impressive results. For example, earlier this year, NASA and the DOE collaborated on selecting an award for continued agency work on a space microactor design that could provide a supply of power for use on the moon and beyond. And just last week, scientists posted new data from the Department of Energy's ground-based dark energy spectroscopic instrument providing insights on the mysterious dark energy of the universe that NASA's science satellites also study from space. We are on the tipping point of major things, and we are working on and seeing efficiency breathe its way into our government. And the whole deal here is that if we get H.R. 1368, the Department of Energy and NASA will build on their long-standing partnership and do even more. And they will save the taxpayer money, and they will advance this nation, and they will showcase that we're not getting in the way of where we want to go as a country because we are trimming bureaucracy. So the act authorizes the agencies to carry out cross-cutting and collaborative R&D activities and identifies nuclear power and propulsion, high-energy physics and astrophysics, earth and environmental sciences, and quantum information sciences as potential areas for joint activity. We only hope that the citizens of America are tuned in to this debate in this moment, because this is really exciting. So to coordinate activities through, obviously we have had MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding. The legislation authorizes the use of reimbursable and non-reimbursable agreements. Again, the effective utilization of the taxpayer dollar, of which we here in the United States Congress are stewards of. And in addition, we will be providing direction on a merit review process between the two agencies, reporting and compliance with research security requirements, and carrying out collaborative activities pursued under the Act. A practical and awe-inspiring bill to maximize the research and development activities and capabilities and results of our federal agencies. I enthusiastically urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1368. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Babin. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1368, the Department of Energy and NASA Interagency Research Coordination Act. This legislation authorizes the U.S. Department of Energy and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to carry out research and development activities focused on the advancement of shared DOE and NASA mission priorities. This includes R&D in critical technology areas like nuclear thermal propulsion systems, astrophysics, radiation health effects, machine learning, and more. DOE and its predecessor, the Atomic Energy Commission, have a long and successful history of interagency collaboration with NASA. Over the last 60 years, this relationship has evolved from radioisotope power systems to new areas of research such as quantum information and environmental sciences. This interagency relationship has greatly benefited my home state of Alaska. The North Slope of Alaska is home to the Department of Energy's Atmospheric Radiation Measurement, or ARM, user facility, which gathers data pertaining to clouds and radiation processes in cold environments and high altitudes. Given its strengths, NASA has partnered with this DOE facility to conduct research in areas such as aerosols. In addition, any atmospheric data from ARM stands to benefit the Pacific Spaceport Complex on Kodiak Island in my home state of Alaska, which supports commercial and government suborbital and orbital launch missions as well. Additionally, H.R. 1368 requires the Secretary and the Administrator to implement research security provisions consistent with the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022. Given the transformational nature of these emerging technologies and their impact on national security, this language is necessary to protect our investments and breakthroughs from hostile powers such as the Chinese Communist Party. I would like to thank my colleague, Mr. Whitesides of California, for working with me on this important legislation and continuing the bipartisan tradition of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. H.R. 1368 is a good governance and common sense bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I do continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I too am prepared to close, and I would like to yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from the West, Begich and Whitesides, along with Mr. Kennedy, these appear to be three freshman members of Congress, have come together in an important way to introduce H.R. 1368. We want to thank the gentleman. We want to continue to urge a yes vote on the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Coordination Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Lady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1368, the DOE and NASA Interagency Research Act, is a smart piece of legislation that will ensure that we stay competitive in the global race to return humans to the moon and then send crewed missions on to Mars. Without key partnerships like this, we would be unable to take the crucial steps in energy production and propulsion technologies necessary to extend our reach beyond Earth. I want to thank Representative Begich and Representative Whitesides for their leadership in moving this bill forward. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1368? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1534.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1534, a bill to strengthen and enhance the competitiveness of American industry through the research and development of advanced technologies to improve the efficiency of cement, concrete, and asphalt production, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1534, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1534, the Innovative Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies Act, or IMPACT Act. Today, much of the world is relying on cement and concrete produced in China, which is home to the world's largest cement industry. It should go without saying that it's a big problem to be at the whims of the Chinese Communist Party when it comes to materials that are absolutely critical to our national defense, economic security, and our energy independence. Beyond that, this reliance comes with severe negative environmental impacts. China's greenhouse gas emissions exceed all of the developed nations in the world combined. In fact, U.S. industrial manufacturing is nearly 28% cleaner than our competitors, including China. If we want a cleaner, healthier environment and global security, U.S. leadership in this sector is an absolute must. The IMPACT Act ensures this by propelling America to the front in the cement, concrete, and asphalt industries. It will increase our nation's competitiveness against global adversaries while also achieving significant reductions in emissions from manufacturing processes. Specifically, this bill supports the research and development of innovative technologies, primarily at the Department of Energy. It builds off the cross-cutting industrial emissions reduction technology development program established by the Energy Act of 2020 and provides specific direction for the advancement of tools, technologies, and methods related to cement, concrete, and asphalt production. Concrete is the second most commonly used material on Earth, surpassed only by water. The demand is unlikely to decrease soon, making it crucial to allocate the federal government's top scientific resources to assist manufacturers in meeting our strategic goals while ensuring the concrete supply that supports our economy continues to grow and thrive. The IMPACT Act positions our country to rise to that challenge and become a resource for the entire world. I want to thank Science, Space, and Technology Committee members, Mr. Miller and Ms. Fucci, for co-sponsoring this bill and working in a bipartisan fashion. I urge all of my House colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I enthusiastically rise in support of the Innovation Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies Act, or the IMPACT Act, H.R. 1534. A good gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, and a fantastic gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fucci, have reintroduced this bipartisan bill, and I would like to salute them. Ms. Fucci is very much a leader on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, a cutting-edge voice in artificial intelligence, a ranking member on the Space Subcommittee, and we are very grateful for her leadership and acumen here. As our chair just extrapolated, the United States produces approximately 95 million metric tons of cement each year, representing nearly 400 million cubic yards of concrete, with another 454 million metric tons of asphalt pavement materials produced per year. Now, as a member of Congress, I'm not fully in the composites business, but we must understand where our materials come from and how they are procured and produced, and we must look squarely in the face how we do not remain overly reliant on competitive countries for access. So a byproduct of these industrial processes are certainly greenhouse gas emissions. And I have a state representative from Michigan, State Representative Kelly Breen of Novi, who has on occasion spoken to me at length about the materials used in our roads. And we know right now that the byproduct of the industrial processes for these cement applications accounts for 8% of human-induced carbon dioxide emissions. Now, I come from the Motor City. We like our paved roads. We'd like access to cement. Demand is not decreasing, okay? It's going up. And demand is expected to increase by 12% when we hit the mid-21st century mark. We here in the United States of America are building roads, bridges, factories, schools, so many things. It's really quite exciting. And the Impact Act can play a role. And so the bill will improve cost effectiveness, durability, and material demand efficiency of widely used cement. And similar materials while achieving measurable greenhouse gas emission reductions in their production processes. We like to call this a win-win. And the H.R. 1534 would also accomplish this goal by directing the Secretary of Energy to support research, development, and demonstration of innovative technologies that could become commercially viable. Again, State Representative from Michigan, Kelly Breen, has talked to me about her desire to see this in Oakland County, Michigan. We have been working on this in the Motor City. My colleague from North Carolina and my colleague from Ohio have put forward national legislation that will benefit us all. And we got next generation technologies that are a significant improvement over the processes used by these industries today, ensuring that we can continue to build while reducing environmental negative impacts that come about from producing building materials. So we got a good practical bill to maximize our production capabilities while minimizing any negative impacts, and we got research and development and demonstration of novel cement, concrete, and asphalt processes. And I want to urge my colleagues to vote yes on a bill I am very excited about, H.R. 1534. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Bateman. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1534, the Innovative Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies Act, or more simply known as the Impact Act, which is a lot easier to say. I introduced this bill with my Science Committee colleague, Ms. Fouché, because we understand that the production of cement, concrete, and asphalt play a fundamental role in supporting United States infrastructure, national defense, and economic security. The cement and concrete industry contributes over $130 billion to the United States economy and employs over 577,000 people. In Ohio alone, this industry has an economic contribution of $4.6 billion to the state. But it's no secret that the processes behind these products are extremely difficult to decarbonize, and that American cement and concrete manufacturers must compete in a market that increasingly values lower carbon products. The leading companies and associations of this industry have committed to achieving net zero emissions by 2050 and have made impressive progress thus far, reducing its carbon footprint by 21% since 2014. But more progress can be made, and with projected demand for cement expected to increase by 12% by 2050, utilizing the best scientific resources of the federal government will help manufacturers further reduce emissions of the products essential to our economy and civilization. The Impact Act will support those resources while strengthening and enhancing the competitiveness of American manufacturing through advanced technologies that can be exported around the globe. We all want to see cement, concrete, and asphalt production continue to rise and help grow our country that is critical to our economic well-being. And we all want to see that this growth go hand in hand with environmental stewardship, leaving our air and water just as pristine for the next generation. The Impact Act builds on previous industrial decarbonization efforts by focusing specifically on cement, concrete, and asphalt. It enables industry and the Department of Energy to work collaboratively on fundamental research that will enhance existing production methods and unlock new innovative techniques. This will ensure that the world-class tools and technologies at DOE are being used by the very taxpayers who funded them. It also enables DOE in consultation with other federal agencies to offer technical assistance to entities seeking to promote the commercial application of low-emission cement, concrete, and asphalt. This ensures that industry can continue their cutting-edge research unencumbered, but if they do hit a roadblock, there are subject matter experts available to assist them. This bill is the perfect example of how the federal government can advance tangible environmental goals for construction material production without sacrificing material performance or, more importantly, economic growth that benefits every single citizen throughout our country. I want to thank my colleague from North Carolina, Ms. Fouché, for co-sponsoring this bill and working in a bipartisan fashion to get here today. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fouché, to speak on behalf of H.R. 1534.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I rise today in support of H.R. 1534, the Bipartisan Innovative Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies Act, or the Impact Act, which will strengthen the competitiveness of American manufacturing through innovation and development of technologies to decarbonize and improve the efficiency of cement, concrete, and asphalt production. U.S. producers are leading the way in the innovation of critical building materials production, and we have a real opportunity in front of us to bolster our nation's infrastructure while making significant strides to reduce global emissions. The climate crisis remains one of the most pressing issues of our lifetime, and it is vital that we take action now
by investing in clean technologies and creating pathways here at home to accelerate and commercialize these new opportunities to reduce harmful emissions. Globally, cement manufacturing accounts for nearly 8% of all carbon emissions, and we have a unique opportunity to reduce pollution and industrial emissions by creating new manufacturing opportunities here at home that can take the place of aging processes based on fossil fuels. This bill will enable partnerships between industry, innovators, and the U.S. government that will enhance existing production methods, unlock new and innovative techniques, and offer technical assistance to entities seeking to promote the application of low-emission cement, concrete, and asphalt. Together, the Impact Act, alongside Impact Act number 2, or 2.0, introduced in the House earlier this month by Congressman Miller and I, and the Senate's Concrete and Asphalt Innovation Act, led by Senators Kuhn and Tillis, will bolster U.S.-led efforts to deploy clean technologies in the industrial sector while enhancing the global competitiveness of American innovation. The United States is leading the way into the 21st century, and this can be seen in my own district, North Carolina's 4th, where local startup Biomason is revolutionizing the cement industry through its use of biotechnology to manufacture low-carbon concrete. With global demand for building materials set to rise through this century, we must prioritize investments in advanced material science and scale up domestic manufacturing by fostering an innovation pipeline that creates jobs and enhances our competitiveness on the world stage. And this bill does just that. With this common sense piece of legislation, everyone wins. It will help us achieve measurable and meaningful emissions reductions, modernize manufacturing, and improve workers' health and public health, all while creating good-paying jobs across America. I am proud to join Representative Max Miller in introducing the Impact Act, which passed the House last Congress and through the House Science Committee unanimously, and has received strong and bicameral support from industry and industry partners, innovators, climate organizations, manufacturing, and trade associations nationwide. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan and common sense legislation, which will unlock innovation and clean manufacturing in the United States, create domestic job opportunities, and protect our planet. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields. The gentlewoman from Michigan reserves. And the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I'm prepared to close, and I'll yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Great. Thank you again to colleagues from the committee, Mr. Miller and Ms. Fushi, for their work on this bill. We urge a yes vote on H.R. 1534, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1534 is common sense legislation that passed unanimously last Congress. It has the support of major industry associations, including the Portland Cement Association, the National Asphalt Pavement Association, and the National Ready Mix Concrete Association. It also has the endorsement of those groups affected by downstream impacts, like the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association and Citizens for Responsible Energy Solutions. This diverse support is a testament to just how important it is for the United States to retain its global competitive edge when it comes to advanced industrial technologies. I urge my colleagues to join me in backing this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1534? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Order. Chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House Representatives a message in writing.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 359 and H.R. 1326. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be 5 minutes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business is on the vote of the motion from the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Babin, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 359. The yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 359, a bill to amend the Energy Policy Act of 2005 to require reporting relating to certain cost share requirements and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill? Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
members voted. To change their vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 405, nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider laid upon the table.
Shh. The House will come to order. Shh. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today alongside his colleagues in the Arizona delegation, alongside members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, alongside members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and so many others, to mourn the loss of a political and social justice giant, Congressman Raul Grijalva. Raul's story is the American dream. He was the proud son of a vaquero cowboy from Mexico who went on to become the president of the Tucson Unified School District Governing Board, chairman of the Pima County Board of Supervisors, an 11-term member of the United States Congress, and the dean of the Arizona delegation. His accomplishments in this body are too numerous to list. We would be here all night. But it's his legacy of fighting for environmental causes that stands out. As chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee, Raul led the charge to protect America's public lands, including and especially the Grand Canyon, to protect our most precious resources, including our water, and he stood up firm for tribal sovereignty. He's been a mainstay in these Capitol hallways for more than 2 decades, but he remained an activist at heart. He never forgot where he came from or the people who got him to where he was. Raul brought the lessons he learned as a Chicano activist in Tucson in the 1970s to Washington, where he led the Progressive Caucus for more than a decade, leading the charge for immigrants and working people. He spoke truth to power, but in his quiet way and always with good humor. And perhaps Raul's greatest legacy is the generation of Latino leaders that he mentored, many of whom stand inside this body, and many more that fill city halls, county seats, and school boards back home in Tucson. As Raul would say, quote, "It's all about the love," unquote. He spent more than a half-century working on behalf of Southern Arizona until the very end. And we offer our deepest condolences to his wife, Ramona, and his 3 daughters, and the community of Tucson, who will dearly miss him. Rest now, my friend. Mr. Chair, I yield now to my colleague from Arizona, Congressman Gosar, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no mystery that Raul and I never saw eye to eye on pretty much anything. But it actually benefits this whole group because it's about the debate. We can come with our ideas to the floor and we can debate each other. And that's what it should be. Raul was one of those people that he made you, if you had your idea to yourself, he would make it so it was more important to you to fight for it. But he always was very principled. His humor was unwitting. I mean, he'd laugh, and that chuckle that he had. But he emulates all of us and what we can do at this body. There's good ideas, there's bad ideas, and that's why we have to have this debate. Raul, God bless you. God bless his family. And remember him. Remember him in your hearts and say a prayer. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words, Congressman Gosar. When you and he disagreed, Raul was normally right. I ask all of my colleagues at this moment to join me in a moment of silence for our departed colleague.
The chair now asks all those present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable Raul M. Grijalva of Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1326, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1326, a bill to provide for Department of Energy and Department of Agriculture joint research and development activities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
This vote, the yeas are 372, the nays are 35. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion reconsider laid upon the table. The chair lays before the House a message. Oh, bless your heart.
To the Congress of the United States, in accordance with Section 1110 of the Full Year Continuing Appropriations and Extension Act 2025, H.R. 1968, the Act, and the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, BBEDCA, I hereby designate as emergency requirements 16 appropriations, including the transfer and repurposing of funds so designated by the Congress in the Act pursuant to Section 251B2A of BBECDA as outlined in the enclosed list of accounts. My designation does not include the remaining 11 appropriations, totaling nearly $3 billion that were improperly designated by the Congress as emergency in the Act that stem from the June 2023 side deal with the Democrats to evade the spending caps signed into law, and I do not concur that the added spending is truly for emergency needs. The details of this action are set forth in the enclosed memorandum from the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Signed, Donald John Trump, the White House, March 24, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations and ordered printed. Order, please. Purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, as co-sponsor of H.R. 1851.
Without objection. Purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek
Mr. Speaker, I
recognition?
ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table H.Res. 198 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the resolution. Clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 9, House Resolution 198, resolution providing for the expenses of certain committees of the House of Representatives in the 119th Congress.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Strike all after the enact
Speaker, I
resolving
ask unanimous
clause.
consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the motion to reconsider laid upon the table. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, then the amendment is agreed to, the resolution is agreed to. The motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I offer a
Gentlemen,
privilege-
suspend. The House will be in order. If you have any conversations, please take them out of the chamber now. Gentlemen, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 240, resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Raul M. Grijalva, a representative from the state of Arizona. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider laid upon the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House do now adjourn.
Question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. According to pursuant to House Resolution 240, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate and for noon for legislative business as a further mark of respect in memory of the late Honorable Raul Grijalva.